Oh, I'm so glad I'm finally getting this figured out. Oh, dude, I gotta read the commands a little bit better, bro. That took way too long for me to figure out. Oh, but at least I got this. Okay, where was I? Okay, so I got my focus down. I'm happy with that. Why is it skipping that one? That's weird. It's like skipping. Did that not skip? There. 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 But it's not. It went to this one instead of... Why is it skipping this? Something to do with OBS. Is that why? See, I have to go back to this. Why is that? Why does it go straight to code? Oh, why is that? Was it doing that? It's skipping that node. Why is it skipping that node? Hmm. But I can do that. It skips this. What is up with this node that it's skipping? Oh, I see. It's move node to monitor. And well, the focus should. Probably something to do with this tree structure. But the focus. Why should the focus go to here? That's the question. When I come back from here. Okay, it's only on wrap. Something to do with wrap. It's only on wrap. When I go back here, it doesn't. Maybe I should turn off wrap. Wrap around all monitors. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to focus. Wrap around the workspace. I want to see what that does. Because I think it's on default is stop. I forget how to use VS Code, bro. I used to know how to do that. Here, here, and here. And can you highlight all of it? No. But you can do this. And then do workspace. Command save. Reload config. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, I did it wrong. I totally did it wrong. Oh, okay, I see. Oops. Bam. Bam. And then do the and the. Bam. Save. Reload config. I'm gonna have to figure this out. We can't be having that. Okay, so now, what is this? This was focus. So if I go right, it goes there. If I go right again, it does not. Left, left, left. Oh, wait, what am I? That went left. That's weird. This does not go anymore. But this does. This does. That, okay. And then it goes back here. That's weird. That's a weird thing. And then it goes back there. That's weird. What if I change it to just stop, which is the default? I could delete the whole thing, but I want to keep that. Okay, and now I do, that stops. And that goes back here. That's weird. Why does it do that? Well, since this is going to be weird and come back to there anyway, and then just get stuck. And if I want to go back, it's gonna go back to there. Why does it come? Why does it do that? So in that case, might as well do this. Might as well, because there's still a slight issue. And I'd rather move twice. Or I'd rather it skip the window than... Actually, would I? Do I rather it skip the window? As long as I don't wrap. And I use that to move to the monitors. Okay. Okay. We building on something here. We building on something here. So I'm talking about. Okay, let's keep it going. Now we have to do the joining. The joining is what we need to do. Y'all don't like to see it, but it's what needs to be done. It's what needs to be done. I'm sorry. And we're gonna get it done. It's gonna be better than it ever was before. So, okay. This should go under here. We'll have that as control. Wait, can I do wrap around? So, oops. It ignores this because it's my monitor. Okay, so it's not move, it's move node to monitor. That's the deal with this. Okay. So would that also do workspace? So if I do 3 and then 2 and then 2 and then 2, it does not follow. Okay, that should follow focus. Focus should follow this. But this does. Oh, okay. You can add that. You've got move node to workspace. Move node to workspace. So focus follows window. Make sure that the window in question receives focus after focusing. The flag is a shortcut for manually running AeroSpace workspace slash AeroSpace focus after move node. Okay, I want that in all of these. Do space. Okay. We're gonna reload that. Uh-oh. Oh, I put it in the wrong thing. That's amazing. It goes here. There's gotta be a shortcut for this. There we go. That's the right one. Reload. Okay. So now I can shift 3 and it'll follow, and then move it back, shift 2. Okay. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Okay. What is fail if no up? Exit with non-zero code if move window to workplace it already belongs to. I can actually do something with this. L next, H previous. Previous next. Okay. I can uncomment this. Right? And then I can, what's wrong with this? And then I can comment these. Reload. Okay. So now if I do this, it'll move workspace. Oh no, it doesn't move to the monitor, that's the thing. It goes to 4. Okay, I see. That's why I did that. So you need to have the monitor. That's why I did that, okay. So this will have to be just a different command, I suppose, which is fine. Okay, that's fine. So that will have to be like that. I don't know why. Well, let's see. Move node to workspace. Next, previous. Now move the workspace to the monitor. I don't think I'll ever use this. Workspace back and forth. Alt tab. That goes to 4 and goes back. I don't think I'd ever use that. This one should be arrow right and left, maybe? Or is that what this is going to be? That might need to be this one. That might need to be this. Because what else could this be? This needs to be set up for when I'm not with monitors. That's what this would be for. It skips a node for some reason, but yeah, FN already does that. Okay. So I don't even really need these. I don't know why I would need that at all. Yeah, I always want this to be 3, this to be 1, this to be 2. Yep. Yeah. This is probably going to be right, and this is probably going to be left. Is that going to cause problems? Let's reload. That goes to 4. Okay, I think I like that. Oh, okay. So if I'm not using any monitors, that's probably how the setup I would have on my laptop. Let me see. Would be those buttons. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Move apps to workspaces. Yep. Otherwise, the other way would be I can just do a shortcut of like move it to 4. No, that's just focus to 4. It would be, what would it be? Oh, what is it? Move? Oh, Alt Shift 4. It would be, yeah, okay, it would be Alt Shift 4. Okay, move this to 5. Yep, move it to 3. Move it to 2. Okay, you can't see the 3, but move it to 2, move it to 7, move it to back to 2. Okay? Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I think I got these keybinds down, baby. Oh, wait. And now we just need... Wait, we need these. What were these supposed to be? Alt, Control. Well, it can't be those. Dang, what was it supposed to be? Well, this is Alt, Control, left and right. So maybe this can't be that. Maybe these need to be all. Probably this needs to be Alt Control. Because what else would it be? What else do we have available? Oh, we have these available. Wait, do we? We do have these available. Oh, okay. That's pretty good. Hey, that's good, okay. Hey, that could work. This will be, this will be Alt Control and then Vim binds. So this will be, was that left? H. This will be down is J. This will be up is K. And this will be L. Save. Is that gonna cause any problems with anything? What did I mess up? Alt Control H. What's wrong with that? Cannot redefine existing string. Oh, I'm already using that? Uh-oh. Where am I using that? Oh, right here. Oh, I only had these two available. I see. Yeah, I'm retarded. Why? I got excited because I just saw these commented out, so I'm like, oh, they're not used for anything. Nah, they're used right here. 2 of them are. So I do have these 2 available. So, but I don't want to accidentally mess it. What would this do? Make these the arrows. That's what it's gonna have to be. And then we'll have to figure out what this will be. Because these 2, here's a set of 4. So the the Vim binds are a set of 4, and the arrows are a set of 4. And right now I'm using 2 of those and 2 of those, which is a waste of 2 of these and 2 of these, which is a waste of 4. And I have 4 here and 2 here. So these need to be a total of that, and then these need to be the others of whatever is left, and that will reduce the waste to 2. So that's what I have to do. And I think this should be Alt Control. It just feels better. So this is what I'm going to change. So these will have to be something else. So I'm going to comment those out. This will have to be arrows. So this will have to be left. How do you get rid of this, bro? I don't like doing that, because now I want to go down and I'm stuck inside this box. And I have to do escape, bro. Alt Control, down, escape again. Alt Control, up, escape, and right, escape. Save. Okay, that works. Should, instead of this, what if I just unblock all of these? Move, no, to, up. Okay, so what if I do this and just unlock all of these? Because it'll basically be the same thing, I'll just have unlocked up and down. So let's do this. And I want to test out, so let's bring, so I'm gonna go over here, and then we'll try the left. That works. Left again, that works. Right? Okay. And right. Okay, that wraps. Okay, that works. And then this time I have up and down, which is not going to do anything because I don't have any monitors up and down. But if I did, okay, so now we can join. So now we'll join this. Join. Oops, and then this. Okay, those are an interesting workflow. I like the, okay, so join. It's a lot of buttons. There's a lot of buttons because everything is much more verbose than the other one. The other one is much more simpler. The Xmonad-esque instead of the i3-esque. What's DWM then? Dynamic Window Manager. It manages windows in a tiled, monocle, and floating layouts. All of the layouts can be applied dynamically, optimizing the environment for application and use and task performed. In tiled layout, windows are managed in a master and stacking area. The master area contains the window which currently needs the most attention, whereas the stacking area contains all other windows. In a monocle layout, all windows are maximized to the entire screen. In floating, windows can be resized and moved freely. Dialog windows are always managed floating, regardless of the layout applied. Windows are grouped by tags. Each window can be tagged with one or multiple tags. Selecting certain tags displays all windows with these tags. That's a very interesting way. Each screen contains a small status bar, which displays all available tags. In contrast to Ion, Lars, WM, and WMII, DWM is much smaller, faster, and simpler. I want to see some DWM in action.
Okay, this is epic. DWM, Suckless's dynamic window manager. Let's read some of the good stuff about it. Because DWM is customized through editing its source code, it's pointless to make binary packages of it. This keeps the user base small and elitist. No novices asking stupid questions. Now, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I am sold. Sign me up. And in fact, at the end of this video, you too can be small and elitist, because DWM, it's a little different if you're familiar with other window managers, or especially i3. But once you wrap your head around it, it isn't too hard to understand, but once you understand the logic behind it, it all just clicks. People have been trying to meme me into using DWM since I started my YouTube channel. Now I'm using it. I'm probably going to continue to use it because I finally figured it out. It finally makes sense to me. So I'm going to explain it to you. I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to move that to another workspace. Actually, I should say, DWM doesn't actually have workspaces. I shouldn't even say that. It really has tags. We'll talk about the difference between them, but of course, you can move between them in the same way you move between them in i3, you know, Alt plus, you know, a number or something like that. That's the default binding, at least. Of course, I changed Alt to Super. I mean, duh, but, you know. So here's the idea behind DWM, okay? There are a bunch of different layouts. There's a default layout, a default tiling layout that looks something like this. There are other layouts that you can get on, you know, the website. If you go to patches, there's a Fibonacci layout. I'll show you that one. There's the centered master layout. I'll show you that one. But behind every layout, there is one kind of logic. And here's the logic. It is a stack. So if you have one window, you have one window in the stack. When you create a new window, that new window goes on top of that other window. It is now the most prominent. When you create a window after that, actually, let me actually put stuff in these windows so you can tell them apart. When you create another window on top of that, it goes on top of the other ones. It is now most prominent. So I can type something else in here. And then as you can keep creating them, and the windows will be on top of the stack. Now, what does that mean? Now, obviously, visually, right now, it is not on top of the other ones. But I'll just say it's an abstract logic behind not just this layout, but all the other layouts, okay? So, here's the idea behind it. Here's, I guess, the mindset behind it. Your most recent window is the one that you're probably working in, that you're doing stuff in. And of course, I can promote, I mean, it's not like this is constant. I can go to my webcam and make me the most prominent window. And now it is moved from the bottom to the top, moving everything else down a layer. Or I can move this to the top. But the idea behind the stack, as a kind of abstract reasoning system, is that the window you spawned most recently, or you're most recently dealing with, that is most important, and it should be most prominent. And then windows lower on the stack, they're usually less prominent, and they should be in a less prominent location. You still want to see them, you still want to do stuff with them, but they're less important, okay? So, this is what the default tiling layout looks like. You have one master window on the left, which is the one that's on the top of the stack, and you have a bunch of slave windows on the right. Okay, that's the default layout. But you can install other layouts, as I said. So, for example, there is, we'll start with centered master. So the idea behind centered master, I have this installed, but when you press the binding for it, it does this. Now The master is in the middle, and if I create, new windows, they will become the new master. The master is in the middle, but when you press the binding for it, it does this. Now the master is in the middle, and if I create, new windows, they will become the new master, right? So I can do whatever I want in here. I can say, new master. Okay, so. And of course, when I, let's say I want to make this the most prominent window, when I press the binding to put it on top of the stack, it is now at the middle of it. Now the thing is, compare this to the tiling layout. They look very differently, but abstractly they are the same. The windows are in the same order. When you scroll through them, you can scroll through windows with Alt, K, and J, and choose whichever one you want to move up to the front with Alt, Enter. But when you scroll through them on this layout, they are exactly the same in terms of order as they are on this layout. Or, additionally, there, for example, is the Fibonacci layout that looks something like this. So let's say, let's say the Fibonacci layout, well, as you make more windows, basically your older windows, you can see my face disappearing, but your older windows will get smaller and smaller, right? Or, of course, you can go back and, make any of these, the most prominent window you want if you want to get them up. But the idea behind all of the layouts is they're all organized in a kind of stack format, where the most prominent window, again, is the one that's most visible, okay? Now, in addition, there's other stuff you can modify these layouts with. Oh, geez, I have so many of them. As an example, actually, so this, again, is the default tiling layout that usually it just has one master on one side and a bunch of slaves. You can actually change this a little bit. Let's say I want two masters. Well, you can press Alt and I to create, make it so you have one more master than you did before. So when you spawn more windows, you'll see that, of course, these newly spawned windows will still be the two master windows and everything else will be demoted. But you still have two master windows, right? That's the point. So now there are two spaces for that. And when we promote an older window, you'll see that they take prominence in these two master positions, again, pushing everything else down. So that, again, is Alt-I, or you can undo that with Alt-D, I think. Yeah, I changed some of the bindings, but so you can move actually multiple windows back and forth. I mean, if you want to, oops, I didn't mean to make all those. But you can move multiple windows into the master position, or, move everything into the slave position or whatever, but that's the idea behind it. But the order behind the windows is always the same until you specifically tell one to be promoted, okay? That's Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so let's do a little more. Let's do, show you some more layouts just as an example. So I showed you, so there are a couple other layouts. Again, most of these you have to get patches for. There, for example, is a grid layout, which looks something like, oops, I did not mean to start GIMP. I pressed the wrong keyboard shortcut. But they have a grid layout that looks something like this. And keep in mind, all the elements in this grid are still organized as a stack. So it's like, you know, 1, 2, so this is master, second, you know, and you can scroll through these because they're still ordered. And, you know, I can order, you know, if I say, you know, echo first, I'll use Figlet, second, Figlet, third. You can change the layout and they will still be in that order. Or additionally, there's a centered master layout that's sort of similar to the one, you know, so there's the one I showed you earlier, and then there's this one. And notice again, there's still 2 masters. I can demote one of those by pressing D or Alt D. But anyway, so that's the stack. That is the idea behind spawning windows in DWM. That's the logic behind it. And again, you can get all the layouts you want. You can make them how you want, but that's the idea behind it. Now, that's not, of course, all there is to say about DWM. There's a lot more. This won't be my only video on it. But the other thing that separates DWM from something like i3 is that it does not have workspaces. It has tags. Now, for an i3 user using DWM, it looks exactly the same. So you have all these workspaces, things that look like workspaces. They're not workspaces, but you have all these things that look like them up here. So you can press Alt plus any of the number keys to go to them, or you can press Alt Shift and one of the number keys to move any of your windows to them. So let's say I want to move this to 5. Now it's at 5. I can go to 5 and look at it. But tags are a little different because you can look at multiple tags at the same time. So let me give you an example. Let's say I'm doing some intense development work over here. You know, I have all this important stuff pulled up. Now I could, let's say I needed to go to my browser, I could go over here to this tag and just look at the browser. Another thing you could do is you can look at multiple tags at the same time. So I can press, what is it, Alt Control, and then, you know, a number of another tag. And now that browser that is in 9 has appeared here. Now you might say, to be clear, we didn't move the browser to the first workspace or tag. We're now looking at the first tag and the 9th tag simultaneously. And as you can see, the 1 that we had our windows on and the 9 that we had our browser on, they are both highlighted. Now, if I decide to go again to one of them by going to Alt 1, you'll see that the browser disappears. Of course, it's still on Alt 9. We can go to see it. It's still there. But you can look at multiple of these tags at the same time. Additionally, let's say I just wanted to move this window. In the same way you can move windows to other tags, you know, Alt-Shift and then the number, you can press Alt-Shift and Control in the number. Let's say I want to move this to 9. And if I hold down Control, it is now tagged for 1, as it was before, and it is tagged for 9 now. So I can go, oh, I pressed the wrong binding. Alt-Shift Control. Sorry, yeah, my bindings again are different on my machine. But you can now see that it is on 9 and it is on 1. Great. So you might wonder, so you'll see that there are actually 9 tags here that are there by default. There is no 0th tag. There's no like 10th tag or something. In i3 there's a 10th workspace, but there's no 10th tag here. That's because if you press Alt 0, what happens is you activate all the tags simultaneously. So now you'll see everything is blue. We're looking at all the tags, all the stuff on all the workspaces, quote unquote workspaces. Again, they're really just tags. And by the same logic, let's say hypothetically, if I go to one of these other, you know, workspace or tags, and see, I'm saying it. If I go to one of these other tags, oh, my poor face isn't here. I want my webcam to follow me everywhere. Well, one thing I can do is I can mark that workspace as being tagged for everything. So I can hold down Alt and then Shift and then press 0 to mean all tags. So now that is on every single tag automatically. So wherever I go, that face is going to be on it. Okay. Now, of course, this doesn't mean, it's not like it's running 9 times or something silly like that. It's just one instance tagged for all of these. And of course, if I get rid of it on one of them, it disappears, or if I close out of it on one of them, it closes out on all the other ones. Although you can, let's say hypothetically, I could send it to all tags. Okay, so now it's everywhere again. If I wanted to just get rid of it on this tag, you can, so I'm on 8 right now. So I could hold down Alt, Control, Shift, and 8, I think. Is that it? No, maybe it's just, there's some binding that gets rid of it on only this tag. Oh, I forget what it is. But, you know, there's some binding that does that. But closing out the window will just close it everywhere, to be clear. Hold on. I'm pressing, I gotta figure this out. I'm on 5. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. It is Alt, Shift, Control. Yeah, I was pressing the wrong buttons. Yeah, so now it's on everything except for 5. All right. So anyway, this has not been an exhaustive video. So this is the idea behind DWM, okay? So 2 things, there's the tag system and there's the stack system for ordering windows. So if you want more ways to order, I mean, there's only one way to order your windows, but if you want different ways to find out how to display them, go on Suckless's website. Again, there's the centered master one that I had and the Fibonacci layout. I installed those. Oh, and the grid one as well, grid mode. There it is there. So you can get different kind of, you know, different ways of looking at your windows, but behind it all is the logic of the stack. And again, the logic is the thing that you are working on most recently, it should be most prominent. So
So I have recently changed to a different window manager. Now, for the last year or so, Qtile has been my home, and I still think that Qtile, out of all the window managers that I've tried, has been my favorite. Now, that is saying something considering that I was a huge i3 fan for a couple years at least. And I still think i3 is really good, but Qtile, once you get used to the workflow of Qtile and you learn some Python and you're able to configure it really well, Qtile is just one of those window managers that just kind of you stick to for quite a while as long as it works. Now, that while it works thing is an important little proviso because it does update, or at least the dependencies of Qtile update quite often. Qtile itself doesn't update quite as often, so if you're on a rolling release, sometimes things tend to break, and that happened for me. Now, some of that was because of version conflicts and stuff like that. It ended up getting fixed, and it is fixed, in fact, on OpenSUSE right now, but It took a while. So while it was not working for me because of those version conflicts, I decided I was going to hunt for a different window manager. Now, I have tried, I'm pretty sure, all the major window managers at this point: BSPWM, i3, Herpsluff WM, Hyperland, Sway, you name it. I've tried it, and some of those I like, some of them I don't like. I'm obviously not a big Wayland fan, so the Wayland compositors were kind of out for me, but every Xorg window manager has its pros and cons, and I've liked and disliked some of those things, over the course of the last few years. I've tried them all and been variously happy or unhappy in those window managers. But I was trying to find something that would either tide me over until Qtile was absolutely fixed, or that I could actually make my new window manager and kind of make it my new home. Something that I, was stable. It used Xorg because, again, not a Wayland fan, and was something that I could configure and learn on my own, or at least with some help, and understand what was going on. Now, all of that goes to say is that one of the window managers that I've tried repeatedly, like over and over and over and over again, is Xmonad. Now, I'm kind of like a very stubborn person. I don't know if you guys know this about me, but I don't like being a failure when it comes to technology. Now, I don't consider myself a tech wizard at all. In fact, I would say that in many cases I'm the eternal noob that I claim to be. I'm a noob, and I probably will always be a noob. But when I find something that I want to try and that other people like, I want to at least understand why they like it. And usually that means using the thing that those other people like, because obviously, they found something, positive about it. I would like to at least understand their position when it comes to that thing. Xmonad is one example of this. NixOS is obviously another one of those things. A lot of people are very pro on NixOS, and I'm trying, in my long-term review, I'm trying to understand why people are so positive about it. So Xmonad, just to get away from the NixOS stuff, is one of those things where I've tried it over and over again and just haven't been able to find the thing that makes it, so popular amongst some certain segments of the window manager population. So I decided this time I was going to try again. Just because, again, I'm very stubborn, and when I fail at something, I want to try again. So here I am in Xmonad right now. And if you watched my stream on Wednesday, you'll know that I'm actually doing fairly good. And I've done some theming here. I have some different themes to switch between, although I haven't really. I'm basically on the last one that I created, and that's because I'm still learning how to get the key bindings to go from one to the other, but that's beside the point. But here is that I'm on Xmonad. I've been using it full time for over a week. And what I thought I'd do today is talk about some of my thoughts on Xmonad, because they have transformed since the last time I tried this, because my last video on Xmonad was basically saying Xmonad sucks, Haskell's the effing devil, and you should definitely never use Xmonad. I think those were I'm pretty sure those were the only 10 words that I said in the entire video. That Xmonad and Haskell were literally the worst things ever, and I never wanted to see them ever again. I think that's probably what I was talking about. But since that time, and since I've been using Xmonad for a little while, I have some thoughts that have evolved over the course of that time. So before we jump in, leave a thumbs up on this video. I know we're well into this now, but if you would leave a thumbs up on the video, I'd really appreciate it. It really does help the channel. So Xmonad is, first off, a really good window manager. Okay, it really is a really good window manager. It is also simultaneously the hardest window manager I've ever tried in my life. Now, I have tried Rat Poison, which is supposedly way harder. I didn't think it was harder, to be honest with you. I thought Rat Poison was actually a little bit easier than Xmonad, and that's just my opinion, obviously. A lot of people consider it the other way around. But for me personally, Xmonad is the hardest window manager I've ever tried. And it all comes down to how it's configured. So this right here, my friends, is my Xmonad config. Now, in traditional Matt fashion, I have taken someone else's configuration file and made it my own. Now, in different news, I did not take DistroTube's configuration file because his is gigantic, and he does that for a reason. There's nothing wrong with it. He does it because he's trying to teach people Haskell and Xmonad and stuff like that. That's just the way he does it, and that's perfectly fine. He even says on his dot files, do not use this unless you know going in that it literally has every feature conceivably there, and it's all commented very nicely. You know, he does a good job, right? I wanted something a little bit more minimal than that, mostly because it was going to allow me to use it and understand it a little bit better. So like, let's just take this section here. I understand this section here. These are variables being defined here at the top. These define the colors. I understand that, right? Same thing with this. You know, this defines the terminal. All this stuff is a very similar syntax to what you'd find in C and in Python. It's honestly exactly the same in some cases. So I understand all of that very well, and it was easy to get around. I can understand the import, section, obviously. The next section here deals with the workspaces, and then it comes with the rules, and then I put in the startup hook because this particular configuration file didn't have the startup hook at the beginning. They obviously used xinetRC, so I had to put this in. I was able to do that. Then I put the scratch pads in. It didn't have scratch pads, so I was able to put that in. So I wanted to go more minimal because I was, wanted to be able to do some of these things myself. Now, obviously, I've had help. So Darth Vader specifically, thank you so very much for your help on actually getting this thing up and running. Every time I've come up with an error that I couldn't figure out on my own, I was off messaging Darth, and he helped me out quite a bit. So I wasn't completely on my own, but I've been actually very proud of myself when it comes to being able to do this in this particular configuration file, adding the different features, and things just, are working a lot better than before. So the reason why in previous attempts that my happiness with Xmonad was non-existent is because of Haskell. The Haskell syntax is not something that I particularly understand all that well. Now, even a week later, there are still parts of this that don't make any sense to me whatsoever. So specifically, this end part right here never makes any sense to me whatsoever. Some of them are just whatever, but then you have like, there's a $sign here, and there's these arrows, not exactly sure what those do, and then there's the plus mark in brackets, and whatever, and they all mean different things, and sometimes there's a period in between there. So if you look it down here, there's actually a period here for some reason. Like, I only vaguely now know why those things are there, and I'm sure the people who are Haskell pros could be in the comment section below. Oh, this is what this means. I understand all that stuff, right? Some of these are replacements for parentheses. Some of them have tie things together in certain ways. I understand the very vague general reasons why, but that syntax has always been a pain in my ass, and mostly because the documentation is one way of doing things, and then you look at other people's configuration files and they've done things in a different way. So my biggest problem with Xmonad is the way that it's configured. And it's not that you can't do things in Xmonad, it's that everyone does things in a different way. So my primary way, since time immemorial, well, actually since 2017, but since 2017, my way of learning things when it comes to window managers is to steal someone else's configuration file, then make it my own. Okay, it's how I learned i3, it's how I learned BSPWM, it's how I learned DWM, it's how I learned Qtile. You name it, that's how I learned it. I went and found someone who knew what they were doing and had a good documentation or a good commented configuration file. I stole it from them, got it up and running, and then made my changes. Over the course of using that window manager and configuring it to my liking, I would therefore be able to learn by emulation how to configure the window manager. It worked really, really well for a long time because for the most part, when you're doing something in a window manager, there's usually just one way of doing it, or there's a best practice way of doing it, right? Most people do rules, for example, in BSPWM the exact same way. So if you want to set a rule in BSPWM, there's a set way of doing that. Same thing with, Qtile, and the same thing with i3. If you want to set a rule, there's a way to do that. There's not 12 different ways of doing it. Even in DWM, which is like Qtile and like Xmonad, configured in a programming language, in this case C, there's one way of doing a rule, okay? Now I'm sure that there are some more prolific C programmers out there who could say that there's different ways of doing a rule, but when it comes to doing a rule in the DWM configuration file, usually there's one way of doing it. So that's just that. But in Xmonad, when it uses Haskell, there's different ways of doing it. So my way of pulling someone else's configuration file didn't really work. So if I actually go to a different workspace here, and right now I'm actually in desperate need of more workspaces. Yeah, because right now I have a window on every single workspace, and man, do I need some more. That's my next thing to figure out, is how to add a couple more workspaces. But if I go to distrotubes.files, which I have downloaded, so if I go into cd.files, dt.files, .config, xmonad, xmonad.hs. So this is distrotubes.files for xmonad. And while some of it is very similar to what I've done, there are differences. So you can see, like, we just looked at my configuration file, and these are where I defined the variables, right? This is just me emulating what was already here, and I've added a few of my own. If we go to DTs, they're done in a little bit different way, right? Because they're called in a different way. And that's just one way of doing it. My way is another way of doing it. There's a third way of doing it. So when I want to learn something from someone else's configuration file, it's going to depend on whether or not they did things the same way that I did them previously, or the person who used my configuration or created my configuration did them. So learning from other people's configuration files is almost, and I would say this, damn near impossible, because they all are different. And the thing about Haskell is that this stuff is not interchangeable. So I can't go and say, let's just say I wanted for whatever reason to steal all of DT's variables here. I can't just go here and, scroll up here to the top and get into visual mode and just yank those things, paste them into mine, and say, randy dandy, I'm going to actually use all of those in mine and have it compile. It would not work, okay? If I wanted to take some of those things, I'd have to either change the way that I did it or figure out how
Oh, I was muted the whole time. That's tough. That's tough. That's really tough. Man, that's tough. That gets me every time, bro. Anyway, I just had to change up. Man, how long was I muted for? That's crazy. Okay, I don't need that anymore. That's good. Okay, bet. He's got another one.
Now,
Oh, this guy is. Oh, okay, so he's also got a.
as my channel has gotten larger, I have more and more people asking me questions that are a little more basic about system configuration. Specifically, how do I get my computer to look like that? How do I get the windows to pop up so that they automatically resize? Or other such, I guess, questions that are, I don't want to call them basic in a condescending way, but they're easy to answer. Now, in this video, I'm going to do two things. I want to talk, for those of you who don't know what a tiling window manager is, I'm going to talk about what that is and why I use it and why it's better. And for those who do know what that is and have maybe been watching the channel for a longer time, I'm going to talk about the changes that I've made to my i3 config since the last time I put out a video on i3, which has probably been maybe a year and a half. It's been a while. It's been quite a while. I have added a bunch of little tweaks. All the basics are sort of the same, but we'll get into that. So anyway, this is i3. This is a tiling window manager. What a tiling window manager is a window manager that does just what we said just a second ago. When you spawn a window, it automatically resizes everything so that you can see every window at the same time. Now I can move windows around, I can go from window to window and do different stuff, all this kind of stuff. Now, of course, it isn't just with terminals. I can bring up, let's say, a web browser. I can put it over here. Maybe I'll go to my GitHub. Maybe it's too crowded on this workspace. We're on workspace 1 right now. I can send this to workspace 2, do something there. I can go to workspace 3 and make some windows, etc., etc. The general way a tiling window manager works, they're all a little different, but the general way they work is on each of your workspaces, you have you can put windows pretty much where you want. They automatically configure so that they all tile together. They are all visible at all given points in time, and you can go to different workspaces to do different things. You know, you can again have your web browser in one workspace and do something else on another or something like that. So that's generally how tiling window managers work. The one that I use is called i3, which I suppose I should say has nothing to do with the processor, the i3 processor, people ask, so I should say that. Now, i3 is probably the most commonly used tiling window manager on Linux, and well, probably any operating system, because people using tiling window managers are pretty much all using Linux or BSD or something. But I'll go ahead and talk about how mine works and how I guess get what I need out of it. Oops, I got rid of my face there. Let me bring it back. But anyway, so to spawn windows, I'm going to turn on screen key so you know what keys I'm pressing. And I will say all of the key presses to modify my that are shortcuts in i3 are going to use the super key or the Windows key. I might call it super, I might call it Windows, I might call it mod, but I'm just going to ignore it. So if I say if I press enter, it creates a window, I really mean if I press super enter. So just be aware, all the i3 shortcuts are going to have super with them. But anyway, so enter spawns a workspace. I can press T, super T, to change the a window, to change the direction in which windows are being spawned. So if I go here and I press super, it's going to spawn to the right. If I press T and then super, it's going to spawn downwards until I press T again. Okay, that's generally how it works on i3. Now, other tiling window managers, they work a little bit different. I think on Awesome, for example, you just create window, you tell it how you want windows to be configured on a particular workspace or something like that. So there are different tiling window managers work a little differently, but to move from window to window that you've spawned, you can use Vim keys. By default, they're not actually Vim keys. They're like J through semicolon, which I think is totally ridiculous, but I have remapped them to Vim keys. So J to go down, K to go up. You'll see that I am moving up and down. L goes right, and H goes left. So just typical Vim keys here. And let's say I have this window here, and I want to move it. I can just hold down Shift and Super and press those same keys, and it will move to different parts of the environment, the workspace. So that's how you move stuff around. Now, some people have bindings to
Wait, so what do I got? Oh, I see. I can't do that because I've got those. I've got monitors that I want to set up. Yeah, I want to move to monitor. I wonder if super is capped. Because then I wouldn't be able to. Okay.
You like set their mouse so that you can click and drag. I don't use that just because it's so rare that I need to use. I mean, the part of the idea behind tiling window managers is you only really need to use your fingers on your keyboard, and that's it. You don't really have to go over to the mouse to do stuff. So usually when I use my mouse, it is in a video when I'm specifically pointing at something. When I'm actually working on something, I very rarely use the mouse. I'll just say that. So anyway, to get rid of windows, I can just press Q, super Q, and that will get rid of some of these windows. So again, spawning them, T for toggling which direction, Q for getting rid of them. I'll also say one thing you can do by default. This is an aspect of my own configuration. If you want to resize windows, you just press capital Y, U, I, or O. That's going to be mod, super, super, and then shift and Y, U, I, and O. And that will resize how your window is in comparison with other ones. This is very useful just, to get the exact kind of dimensions you need. By default, i3 has this other silly way, I think it's silly, of resizing, where you press a resize shortcut, then resize, then undo the resize mode. I think that's just too much, so I just bound them, again, to capital Y, U, I, and O. We'll do that. So other basics, I have a whole bunch of programs that are mapped by default to different bindings. So M will bring up my music player, R will bring up Ranger for managing files, or I will bring up HTOP or something like that. Now, of course, I can run any of these commands manually in one of the terminals, but I like having bindings to bring up a terminal with them, just without me having to type in the name or something like that. D is D menu, so mod D, and that allows me to type in some specific command, say Firefox, and bring up Firefox. But I also have Firefox bound to W, so if I press super W, it will pop up. So nice and simple, and this is pretty much the basics of it. You can of course notice there are gaps in between the windows. I can change those with S or capital S. So S increases the gaps, capital S will decrease them. Oops, sorry, missed it. Or Z and capital Z will change the outer gaps. So you can, if you like the aesthetics of something like this for one particular window or workspace, you might like it. You can also get rid of gaps altogether with capital D or capital T to get them back to normal. Now, all these bindings, I should say, are specific to my configuration.
You can't do that in this, huh? I see. You can do a resize, actually. There's no gaps here, though. Layout? No. Okay, I see. Wait, gaps is technically a... maybe not. That's not even on here, huh? That's it. Yeah, that's fine.
My dot files. If you want to get my dot files, I should probably say, because
That's pretty nice. How he's got that. Maybe I can improve mine. Let's see. What do I... I'm doing... and then shift to move. I feel like that's fine. Except for the fact that you can't type now alt characters. So if I do super, shift super, that way I don't have to use alt, but then I have this problem here, and it becomes detached, which is fine because then I can just do this to attach it. I feel like I like that setup. I can always change. I might need to use super, but also I can do that. 6 degrees, dang, it's cold out, bro. Okay, the only, what else? Now it's time. Disable. Oh, it's not even done through here. I can quit that actually. What is this? Don't want that. Ooh, there's a quick thing. Nice. I think you have to enter that mode somehow. This mode service binding. What is that? Oh, here. Okay. Okay, wow. Okay, wow. That's big. I wonder, is that something I even need? Binding modes? That's kind of nice. Ooh, actually. Oh, so this is in mode main by. I see. So I should have a mode for multi-monitors and a mode for not. Because I will probably not use spaces with this. Oh, wow, that's good. That is good stuff. I see what's going on here. Mode service. Flatten workspace tree. What did I put? I put Alt T, I think. This should be Alt F. So just clicking escape will reload the config. I don't think I want any of this. I don't know what that did. Maybe I don't need multiple modes. I'm just thinking about that. Like, maybe I can do something with the cool resizing mode though. But I can just do this. I could really just do this. Alt is not a good command for that, to be honest. Oh, I didn't reload the config? Is that what it is? I should avoid using Alt. Because then I can't use Alt characters. Does that matter? Hmm. What if I use super in all this? But then I can't do, I guess I can do this to move. Hmm.
If I say it at the end, no one, people don't often watch to the end of YouTube videos. That's one thing you learn. You can go to larbs.xyz. Some of you guys already know this, but I have a nice little script that will install my dot files on any installation of an Arch-based Linux distribution. You just download the script and run it. And if you want to see what's actually in the script, so you're not running some scary thing that someone on YouTube gave you, you can go to my GitHub. Larbs is the script, and voidrice is the repository that has all the dot files that it installs. So you can browse through that if you want to just see what kind of stuff that I have by default. But anyway, and I will say if you're using that at any point in time, you can press super and then F1, and that will bring up a nice little guide that actually lists out all the bindings, including all the ones that I'm not going to talk about in this video. But so anyway, I've talked about basically how you move around and stuff like that, so that hopefully if you're a new user, you sort of understand how a tiling window manager works. All of them work a little differently. I have my own bindings that do their own things, but I want to talk about some of the stuff that I've added since the last time I did a video on i3, again, which has been like over a year now. So one of the bigger changes I've made is that I've added in, let me get rid of all these, I've added in a bunch of different dmenu scripts. So dmenu, if you don't know, I've done a gajillion videos on it by now because it's just the most useful program in the universe. you can auto-create any kind of menu from standard input and make it do whatever you want, long story short. Let me show you some of the implementations I have of dmenu. And I've done videos on some of these individually, but for example, if I want to mount a drive, I can press Super and F9, and that will automatically detect all of the unmounted partitions that I have and give them a display up here. So for example, this partition here, this drive is 1.8 terabytes. I can mount that if I want. I'll press enter, and that will mount it if it's detected in my FS tab. If it's detected in my system settings where I want to mount it, it won't ask where to mount it, it'll just mount it. So now that is, you can see that now this is mounted in the location it's supposed to be. And I can unmount drives with mod plus F10, super plus F10. And that'll list out all the unmountable drives, and I can unmount that. So that's, originally I had some silly little script that read all the drives, and then you had to separately store where you want them to be mounted, and that was so stupid. That was just like one day I lazily wrote the script when I didn't know that like FS tab existed, because I was like just new to Linux. But so this is much more efficient. I can map pretty much anything, mount pretty much anything, and it also works on Android devices now. So you can plug up an Android device, and it requires simple MTF, whatever it is. I don't know. You can look at my dot files for the requirements, but it'll mount Android devices as well. So that's very convenient. Additionally, I can't show you this in action, but I'll show you that this exists. If I press Super and F3, this will be a screen selector. So I'm on a VGA TV right now, and I have my laptop right here, and I'm recording off this VGA TV. But if I press Mod F3, I can switch. If I want to switch back to the laptop, this dmenu prompt automatically detects what kind of things you have connected to your computer and will give you them as an option. Or you can also press in multi-monitor and manually say, oh, I want VGA to be my primary display, and I want the laptop to be on its left side. And I'm going to press no to that. Or I should also say you also have the manual selection option, which allows you to use ARander, and you can just manually set it up however you want. But so this script has been one additional thing that I've added. Again, another great dmenu script. It was super easy to write, super easy to use. You can check it out on my dot files in on my Voidrise repository, somewhere in the scripts folder. Now, so other things, some people, I did a video on this just like a couple weeks ago, but then I used it in a video right afterwards, and everyone asked about it, so I should mention it one more time. I have an emoji inserter now, and this again is a dmenu prompt. If I press, super, press the gra plus the grav accent, it will bring this up, so I can type in, let's say I want an emoji of a potato. Okay, great. So now I have this, and it copies it to the clipboard. It also copies the Unicode sequence to your primary selection, in case you need that. And I can insert, the potato, paste it in, and there's our potato. Or let's say, I don't know, watermelon. Put in some watermelons. Great, fantastic. So that's a nice little, again, another little dmenu prompt. I find it very useful for inserting stuff like that. And I also, let's see, any other I think I wrote down some dmenu stuff to talk. Oh yeah, one other one that I can't show you because I'm actually using it right now is the screen recorder. So if you press super and then print screen, that will give you a little prompt that says, do you want to do a screencast? Do you want to record audio? Do you want to record video, etc.? And depending on what you select, it will start an FFmpeg script that you can cancel by pressing mod plus delete. So that's pretty convenient as well. And you'll see this icon up in the status bar that shows you what you're doing. So this is like screencasting, basically. Now I should say that while I'm on the topic of the status bar, I've been adding stuff to this every once in a while. I make some changes. I did a video on my status bar you can check out. But since other people are using my dot files, if you right-click on any of these, it'll give little information about it. So my music module, torrents module, that's the difference, what the symbols mean, my seeding torrents, downloading torrents, weather module, daily low, daily high. So if you right-click on these, it'll give you some info about it. But obviously that isn't for me. That's for the people who use the dot files. But that's just a little addition that you might find useful. I'm trying to think what else. So just some little tiny perks. Let's say I copy my I don't know why I copy everything twice, but if I copy this URL, let's say I'm off doing some work over here and I forgot, you know, what do I have in my clipboard or whatever? I can just type in super and then insert, and it lists out what's in my primary selection and what's in my clipboard. Nice and easy. Additionally, when I did my video, I guess a month or so ago on QR codes, someone in the comments had a really smart idea, I guess. She mentioned that she had a script that takes what's in your clipboard and makes a QR code out of it. So let's say I have like this URL as my in my clipboard. If I've mapped this script to, I think, what is it, super and pause. And what it does is it automatically generates a QR code for whatever is in my clipboard. So then I can take this and I can, you know, scan it with my barcode reader on my phone, and that'll automatically pop, the text will automatically transfer to my phone. So I found that very convenient. I forget what her name was, but one of you guys out there. Let's see, now is there anything else? I think I've gone over some of the little additions. Honestly, there are just so many things that I've made more efficient. Like, I look at the stuff that I was putting out a year or so ago, and I was like, oh man, a lot of that is just so primitive. I've made a whole lot of stuff more efficient. Additionally, I think I mentioned this before, but not in this video, of course. If you press Super A, that'll give you a drop-down calculator. It'll follow you to whatever screen you want. I often find that it's nice to be able to, you know, have some kind of calculator for you to just sort of play around, do some math in, and then hide it by pressing Super A again. Same thing with a drop-down terminal with Super U. This is just the tmux window. And I've had these for a while, but they're now, I'm not going to explain to you how, but they're way more efficient in the way that they're called. But they, yeah, and they automatically, in i3 you can set special settings for them and stuff like that. I think this is about it. I'm probably going to cut it off right about now. If you have any questions, again, you can check out, I'm going to put a link to not just my .files repo, but also this particular PDF that goes through all the stuff that you can, all the different bindings in the system or whatever. But again, if you're using my system, if you've already downloaded my .files, you should be able to press Super and F1 to bring this little guide up.
How am I constantly getting muted, bro? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Let me see. What is the mute button? Oh, control option. Interesting. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, now that's working. Okay, so I'm probably hitting those wrong. I can add that to the... Okay, so anyway. I should probably just add that while I have it, OBS. What is that? Control and Alt? Although it's option. It should be option. Why is it called Alt? It's option. Can I just rename it Opt? I usually like having command first, if that's going to be it. And then opt, like that. Control Opt. What does Control Opt M do? It does nothing. So why can't I just do that as mute? That should be M. Can I do, is that gonna work? Mute. That makes more sense. I think these should all be capital just so you can see them better. Oh, I got that mute in time, baby. So, what does this do? Doesn't look like that does anything. So we can change the U to hide. But before I do that, hold on. Let's yeah, do something like that. Okay, here we'll change. We're getting everything set up now. Don't y'all worry. Don't y'all worry about this. Don't y'all worry about this. Webcam. Just so they're next to each other, and I'll remember that because those are the main ones that I'm going to be using for that, basically. I wish I had push to talk. Maybe I don't need push to. I don't know. Let me see. What would push to talk be, bro? Push to talk don't work, bro. Probably makes more sense with the commands. Oops. Maybe that makes more sense. Yeah, that makes the most sense like that, actually. But then this one, I'll change that later maybe. So I want to be able to say like super, which is going to be command, control, option, shift, right? Is that all of them? Equal to caps. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Because how many of these are there? Right control and right alt. It's just control and alt, I suppose. Arrow keys. Although I've got a right command, but command is going to be command basically anyway, right? If I want to do command, let's see, what is command? Control and option, okay. Command option S. This should work with both of them, right? Yeah. And now that's starting up this guy. Look at that setup. And then I can do. Nope, that was the old one. Oh, can you not do that then? Where did it go? that's just as small as it can go, that's why. But it went into the node. And then I bring it out here. Or I move. Otherwise, wait. Otherwise it's this. And he goes here. Okay. I'll start remembering it sooner or later. That's what I want to look at. I don't know what that is. They got a delete key though. Caps can be remapped to a super. Yeah, everything should be like that. I guess that makes more sense. Oh, he's got everything separate. What is mod? Oh, mod like shift? Oh, I suppose. Because if I do mod shift S, that's not going to start it. Okay, I see. It should be like, honestly, it should be like this. caps is super. That's really what this should be. Yeah, so all of this should be like that. Oops. I should say h/j kl vim. Should I do that or equals? What the heck? What did I do? Command C. Yeah. Move window. This should be specific relative. Bam, okay, that works. Should I just write them all out? Might as well. Might as well. Can you even print up? How do you even print an up? Yeah, it's easier to just say arrow keys like that. So instead of key, let's just actually do what I want it to do. So let's say F. I can do a find and replace, right? Here. Probably want to do caps. Maybe I want to do a super. Control, Option, Shift, Command. Probably caps lock makes more sense. Pressing caps lock key will instead register pressing all four modifier left keys. Shortcuts using hyperkey will be shown in raycast using toggle caps lock with quick press. Okay, the quick press does not work. This is actually should be a hyper. Isn't it remarkable? Bro, I got everything to work. I got it all to work. Oh, I'm setting up all my keybinds and shortcuts for everything. I'm never touching my mouse ever again. There's no need for a mouse. I'm just gonna get rid of it. There's no need for a mouse. There's literally no need for mouse. What kind of mouse behavior is that? Bro, look at you. You look like a mouse user. Imagine being a mouse user, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. They're gonna change all these to super. Rat? I don't know what rat is. Remote administration tool. IDK, what that is, bro. Okay. What is this? Computer? Computer app? What is computer app? Unreal. Absolutely unreal. I gotta smack you with that. Let's see what else I got here. Ooh, Finder? Ooh, yes. That's what I'm talking about. Alright, bet. Those are gonna be my shortcuts. So these are now gonna be hyper. What is the difference between lowercase r and capital R? At least with this guy. What is this guy doing? Oh, here. To type capital letters, type shift key. Oh, no, that's for this. I'm talking about, that's referring to the caps lock thing. Oh, no, he literally means like capital. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep it as lowercase unless it should be specifically capital. Well, actually, hyper includes capital anyway, so that doesn't. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Actually, just do all that.
Anyway, so that's about it. And
Okay, we get in there, we get in there, we get in there, baby.
W to save, and then I'm going to do Command N to open some new terminal windows here. And then if I drag this edge over, you'll see that I resize the window, and if I do Shift Alt E, it'll go back to that original sizing. And then if I do Shift Alt M, it'll maximize the window, and Shift Alt M again, it'll minimize it. Let's close this one, and then close this one with Command W. Alright, so the next set of shortcuts have to do with moving windows around within a layout, between spaces or workspaces, and between screens. The first set of shortcuts I want to add here are the following. This will allow us to use Shift Alt and H, J, K, and L to swap windows around on the screen. And I also want to add the following so that we can use Control Alt and H, J, K, and L to move a window, but also create a split. Let me show you this in action. Let's save this file with :W. Let's say I add a Chrome window here, and let's also add the Notes app. These are just for example purposes. I'm gonna click here on the terminal window so that it gets focused. I'm gonna do Shift Alt and L, and it's gonna swap to the right. If I do Shift Alt and H, it's gonna swap to the left. So Shift Alt L, Shift Alt H. Let's say I swap with Notes, so I do Shift Alt L, and then I want to swap with the window above. I can do Shift Alt K and Shift Alt J to go down. So essentially I could move this terminal window around on the screen by using these shortcuts. Let's switch it back with the Notes app by doing Shift Alt H. Now let's move focus to the Notes app by doing Alt and L. And then let's say I want to move the Notes app to the left, but I will also want to split the terminal window. I can do Control Alt and H, and it'll move it to the left and create a split. If I do Control Alt and L, it'll do the same thing but in the other direction. You can also do this above and below with K. J, but in this case it'll just swap these windows. Let's go back to the terminal window by doing Alt and H. I'm going to maximize it by doing Shift, Alt, and M, and then I'm going to add the following. This will allow me to move the window to the display on the left or the right with S and G, which is very similar to how I shift focus between displays. Alright, the next set of shortcuts are for moving windows to different spaces. So these two here allow me to move a window
Then go ahead and fill out your repository name and any description you want. After about a year of using it, to finish. First things first, let's go ahead and create your own .file configuration from start to finish. First things first, let's go ahead and create a new directory to store our .files in. This needs to be inside of your home folder. I'm to use the .files directory for mine. The first .file that I want to manage is my .zshellrc.
What's up, guys? In this video, I'm going to explain how to manage your .dot files with a program called GNU Stow, which is my favorite way to manage my .dot files. I'm also going to kind of briefly explain what .dot files are, and hopefully by the end of the video, you'll be able to manage your .dot files across multiple different systems very easily. So how I manage my .dot files is, if you know anything about .dot files, you know most of your, usually when people are talking about .dot files, they're talking about configuration files, not like all of the hidden files that you have. Because if we go into our home directory here, we can see everything that starts with a dot is just a hidden file, and these could be logs, they could be caches, they could be configuration, but usually we're talking about configuration. So we're going to cd into .config, which is where you probably should be keeping most of the configuration for the programs that you use. And basically, you're going to notice that a few of these I keep under management, and these are all the ones that have symlinks. That's why they're a different color here, right? So all of these are symlinked to somewhere else, hence the coloring, like I said, and I keep them all in one place. So how I get them here is essentially, I'll go back here, I'm going to go into a directory called mock files, which is a Git repo. You can see this master here. It just kind of denotes that it's a Git repo. And you can see that I'm managing all of these guys on Git, right? Or through Git, through a version control system, right? So now all I have to do to keep them in my .config folder is I could stow all of them with stow and then // and that will stow every single thing here. If I just use stow, it'll try to stow like stow star. It'll try to do the readme too. So if you do the /, it'll just pick up, and like the PNG here, if you just do the / the */, it'll only target directories. Now the other thing I can do is I can just stow one directory if I want. So like say I wanted to do Alacrity and I only wanted my Alacrity config. I could just do stow Alacrity and then it would be in my .config, in my home.config. So I'll get rid of one and then I'll show you exactly what it does. I think that'd be the best way to see it. So if we go into .config, right, and then if I remove Alacrity, and see how it's not in here anymore. It used to be up at the top there, and it's not here anymore. What we'll do now is we'll stow. Whoops. Let's do stow Alacrity. Okay, and that's all I had to do. And now if you come over here, Alacrity's back in here. So, and it has all of, the dot or the configuration here too, right? So that's how easy it is. Now, the same thing works with Z-Shell, the same thing works with all these things. They immediately just get thrown right in here. And if I just do stow *all, it'll put everything in there. There's really no need to do it, but I can do that right now without hurting anything. Like it all just works fine. If you do it right now, it's already what's in there, so it's no problem at all. So that's how easy it is. It takes like 2 seconds. Now, here's the hard part. Understanding how to configure all of this so that it does what you want it to. And I know that made it look really easy, and it actually is really easy, but you just need to understand the convention for using stow. Now, here's the convention for using stow. So let's make this a little bit bigger. So what we notice here is that I'm keeping mock files in my home directory, right? So if I do pwd here, mock files I'm keeping in home, Chris, mock files. Now then I name each, this isn't super important, but it's the way that I do it. I name each one of these directories, and you can get creative with this later on if you want to, and you can think of different ways to get creative, like grouping some of these programs, but don't think about that right now. I name each one of these configurations after what's going to be in there. So Alacrity has the Alacrity stuff in there. Font config has the font config stuff in there. Kitty has the Kitty config in there. Same with Ranger. Skippy, if you know what Skippy is, it's like another program. And then I think the most requested, people always ask me, is my Z shell, and like how can I get that really fast? Well, all you would really have to do, again, is just stow ZSH, and that would be it. Now, the next thing is, after noticing, like, okay, so mock files is in my home directory, and then I have a name for each config that I want. I have a directory for it, right? The next thing is, just go inside of that directory, and now pretend you're in your home directory. Once you're in here, pretend that you are in your home directory. So how would you set up a path inside of this directory so that it would be like in your home directory? And I'll show you what that means. So if I'm in my home directory, I can cd into .config. All right. If I'm in this directory, I can cd into .config. Great. Now, once I'm in .config, I can go into Alacrity. All right. If I'm over here, I can go into Alacrity. Great. And that's it. Just keep your config inside of there, and just it'll go wherever you point it to in your home directory, right? So for instance, this works with .config because I put .config in there, because remember what we do when we're in here is once we're in that top level one, so again, I'll show you, and I'll clean this up. Once we're in the top level one inside of mock files, like once I'm in Alacrity, right? Then I pretend I'm in my home directory. So we would expect to see .config in here, and then we would expect to see Alacrity, and then we would see that. This will also work if you decide not to put the .config in there. So we put .config in here because we want to keep all of our .files in our .config. But you know, some you might want to keep in your home directory, like in terms of like some of these X files and stuff like that. So you can see like X profile, X init RC, X resources. I just keep these in my home directory still. Now, maybe you could keep these in .config, but I still keep them here. But again, I'm pretty certain, except for stuff I want right in my home .config Mac, right? So for .files or whatever, like I think there are.
One painful part of keeping a .files directory is managing symbolic links between with a period in front of it. And if you follow the video that I mentioned before, you will have a folder like that already. You're also going to need to install GNU Stow, and you can find it in the package managers of most GNU Linux distributions using the package name Stow. Very easy to install. Just consult your normal documentation about how to install packages for your distribution. If you're on macOS, you can install it with Homebrew via the brew install stow command. Thankfully, you have it easily there as well. And you might be surprised to find out that on Windows, you can also install Stow via the msys2 command shell. Follow the link below if you haven't never heard of that before. It's a very useful tool. And you can use the pacman command there to install Stow. But one important thing is to make sure that you run the msys2 command shell as an administrator and have the msys environment variable set to the string that I have below here. You can copy and paste from the show notes. So that it creates symbolic links correctly. Otherwise, Stow is just going to copy the files, which you really don't want. You want to have those symbolic links set up correctly. So, GNU Stow describes itself as a symlink farm manager, but in practical terms, it's basically just a program that can mirror the structure of one directory into another by creating symbolic links back to the original files. And this is extremely useful when you have a directory full of configuration files, like a .files folder, that's managed by Git, and you want to send all of those configuration files to where they belong in your home directory. So we're going to learn today how you can use GNU Stow to basically link all your .files to your home folder. So let's say we've got our configuration files stored in a directory under the home directory called .files, like we should have already. we can easily create symbolic links to the files in this directory to the equivalent locations in the home directory using the stow dot command, and that's to be run from within that dot files folder, because we're saying in the files in this folder we want to link these to the home folder. But before we run that, let's actually take a look at what's already in the dot files folder that I have as an example, and we'll check out the dot files folder and the home directory to see the current state of all the files there. So I'm going to jump into this terminal, and then I guess this is Ubuntu 20.04 VM. I'm going to look at dot files folder first. So let's just check out the dot files. And we have a .config folder, .emacs.d, license file, readme.org, .profile. So there's a collection of files here that we want to keep as shared configuration files across multiple machines, plus some other files that may have documentation and other information like that. If we check out the home folder, we'll see that none of those same directories are represented. We don't have a .emacs.d, we don't have a readme.org, we don't have, I mean, we do have a .config folder, but that actually is part of the Linux desktop specification. So a lot of programs will put their configuration inside of this .config folder. So you'll see folders for various different programs. So basically what we're going to do is try to symlink all of the files inside of this folder into the home folder so that our programs that we use can pick up the configuration files that we stored in our .files folder. So now we can run that stow command that I mentioned before, but we're going to cd into the .files folder first and then run stow dot, and then we're going to see what it actually did. So let's go into the .files folder. I'm going to run stow dot. And now it doesn't really give us any output, doesn't say anything happened, but if we use ls-al on the home directory, we can see that it actually did create some symbolic links to the .profile file, to this notes.org file, to this misc folder, and our .emacs.d folder. So really easy, just one command, it was able to create all those symbolic links directly. One other thing we should take a look at is that inside the config folder, we also have a symbolic link to the polybar folder, which is actually inside of the .files/.config folder. So let's talk about how GNU stow works. One last thing I want to mention is that it's possible that you're going to receive an error saying that the target file or link already exists. If you haven't cleaned up those existing files in your home directory already, the solution there is just to delete those files. If you've already backed them up, then you should be able to run stow and everything will be linked correctly. All right, so the way that this works is that GNU stow walks the file and directory hierarchy of the directory that's passed as the source. So in this case, we're saying stow dot, which means, in this case, dot means the current directory. So when we cd into our .files folder, we're telling stow, take all the files in this folder, walk over all of the files and directories, and then make symbolic links into the equivalent locations in the target directory, which is the home directory in this case. The important thing to be aware of here is that our .files directory must have the same layout as where those files should be placed under the home directory. This is the only way that stow knows how to link a file to a target location is just by following the same folder structure in the source directory and then replicating that into the destination directory. And when it makes these links, it will do smart linking based on whether the directory structure in the home folder already exists. So we already have that .config folder in the home folder, so it only linked the polybar subfolder to the home folder. So it sort of knows how to reconcile those things, which is good. So just make sure that your .files folder has the equivalent subdirectory structure in place as it should be in the home folder so that all your symbolic links get created correctly. And the other thing you might have noticed is we didn't actually specify what the target directory is. We call stow dot, but we don't say where to put the links for the .files folder into the home folder. And the reason why is that by default, stow automatically assumes that the target directory is the parent directory of the directory that you've chosen. So in this case, the .files directory's parent directory is the home directory. So when you run stow dot inside of the .files directory, it automatically picks the parent directory, which is home, to make all the symbolic links in, which is great because all it means is that in our case, it's very easy. We just run stow dot inside a folder that's directly under the home directory, and we get all the symbolic links set up, no configuration needed. It works perfectly. So if you want to see what the equivalent parameters are to stow, in case maybe you want to change where your source directory is, excuse me, you can use the --dir for the parameter for the source directory, in this case .files, and --target for the target directory, or the shortened forms of -d and -t. And this means you have basically full control over where the source and target directories are. And a little tip here is that if you keep your .files directory somewhere other than the home folder, like let's say you have a folder where you keep all your Git repositories and you want to keep your .files folder there as well, you'll definitely need to use this -d and -t parameters to make sure that the right locations get picked. But you don't want to have to type that in every time you want to run stow. So definitely create a simple bash script that makes it easy to run stow with the correct parameters. And I'm actually going to show you an example, one of those a little bit later in this video that you can just take and use yourself if you want to. All right, so by default, GNU Stow actually does a pretty good job of ignoring common files and directories that you may not want to have linked back into your home directory. Like let's say a README file, a license file, source control folders like .git, etc. Those things don't need to be linked back. You really only want the configuration files to be linked. Now, if you check out this link I have here, it actually takes you to the GNU Stow documentation where it shows you the default list of ignore, or files and directories that are ignored. So if you want
Then go ahead and fill out your repository name files. My original setup was based on this guide provided by Atlassian, and whilst it did work, I found it to be a little too complex for my liking. After about a year of using it, I decided that there had to be a better way, and searched for a new solution. That's where I discovered GNU Stow, which has forever changed the way I manage my .files for the better. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to set it up for your own .file configuration, from start to finish. First things first, let's go ahead and create a new directory to store our .files in. This needs to be inside of your home folder. I'm going to use the .files directory for mine. The first .file that I want to manage is my .zshellrc, which is currently found in my home directory. To do so, I just copy it over using the following command. In order for GNU Stow to work, it's important to lay out the files inside of this directory as if they were inside of our home folder. Therefore, because the zshellrc lives in the top level of my home directory, it needs to live in the top level of my .files folder as well. Once it's been copied over, the next thing we need to do is remove the original zshellrc from our user's home folder. You can achieve this by deleting the file, but I recommend just renaming it instead. I can check that this has been moved correctly by opening up a new terminal, which informs me that there's no zshellrc. Perfect. With that, we're ready to use GNU Stow, which is where the magic of this setup happens. GNU Stow is self-described as a symlink file manager, which isn't the most descriptive title. What Stow does is creates symlinks for all of the files and folders inside of the directory you pass to it. It then places these symlinks into the parent directory of where you run it. In the example on screen, you can see all of the symlinks inside of the parent directory are pointing to files and folders inside of the child one. This means by organizing all of our files inside of the .files directory, Stow will then symlink them into their relevant locations inside of our user's home folder. Let's go ahead and do this on our .zshellrc file. To do so, first install Stow onto your system. using your package manager. As I'm using Arch, by the way, I'll install it using Pacman. Once it's installed, it's as simple as running the stow.dot command inside of your .files directory. Now we can check if this worked. If we look at the C shell RC inside of our home directory, we can see it's a symbolic link to the file in our .files folder. This is exactly what we want. If I open up a new terminal, then my terminal also works as it did before. Great. Before we make any more changes to our .files directory, let's first make sure we have version control enabled by turning it into a Git repository. This gives us a number of benefits, such as being able to roll back any breaking changes, store this configuration in a remote repository, and easily clone it onto other machines. To do so, you'll first need to make sure you have Git installed on your system, which again you can do using your package manager. Once installed, then make sure to run the git init command inside of the .files directory. Now that our repo is initialized, let's go ahead and add our .zshellrc file in here using the git add command, and then store it using the git commit command. Once that's done, we have version control enabled. However, you may be concerned that our git directory will also be symlinked when we run the stow command next. And you're right to be worried. If we test this out, however, we can see that's not the case. There's no .git directory inside of my home folder. This is because stow has a list of files and directories it will ignore by default, with one of those being the .git directory. If you need to ignore any files or directories that aren't on this list, you can overwrite the default one by adding a local one inside of the directory you're stowing from. To do this, you would create a .stow-local-ignore file containing any files or directories you want stow to ignore. In this example, I have an ignore file that has an entry for the .git directory and an entry for a scripts directory as well. Because the local one overrides the default one, then you need to make sure you add all of the entries you want stow to ignore into this file. For me, the default ignore file is all I need for this setup, so I'm going to go ahead and remove this local one. However, your mileage may vary, and if you need stow to ignore something that isn't covered by the default list, well, now you know how to do that. Now that we have version control enabled, let's make a couple more changes. First of all, it's worth noting that we can make edits to our symlinked files as if they were the original ones. If I open up my zshellrc in a text editor and make a change here, that change will also be reflected in my .files directory. This means I can easily commit or revert these changes. I mentioned before that the file structure inside of our .files directory needs to revert these changes. In my zshellrc in a text editor and files as if they were the original ones. If I open up my Z shell, I can make edits to our symlinked files as if they were the original ones. If I open up my Z shell, we can make edits to our symlinked files as if they were the original ones. If I open up my Z shell RC in a text editor and make a change here, that change will also be reflected in my .files directory. This means I can easily commit or revert these changes. I mentioned before that the file structure inside of our .files directory needs to be the same as if it was in our home folder. Let's take a look at a more advanced example of what that looks like. To show this in action, let's go ahead and add my Alacrity configuration, which is stored under my home.config/alacrity directory. I'll need this directory to be in the same structure in my .files folder. This means I need to create a .config directory and copy the Alacrity folder into it. Now, when I print out the file structure using tree, you can see it's laid out the exact same way as it is in the home folder. With Alacrity added, now's a good time to commit these changes using the following commands. Now we can use stow again to symlink our new files. However, when I use the stow.dot command, I get an error. This is because my Alacrity configuration already exists where stow is trying to create the symbolic links. There's two ways we can fix this. The first is to just delete or move the existing directory like we did before with our .zshellrc. There is another way, however, which is by passing the dot flag to the stow command as follows. This would delete or create and use stow again to. Now's a good time to commit these changes the same way as it is in the home folder. With Alacrity added, now's a good time to commit these changes using the following commands. Now we can use stow again to symlink our new files. However, when I use the stow.dot command, I get an error. This is because my Alacrity configuration already exists where stow is trying to create the symbolic links. There's two ways we can fix this. The first is to just delete or move the existing directory like we did before with our .zshellrc. There is another way, however, which is by passing the dot flag to the stow command as follows. This will tell stow to move any of the conflicting files into the .files directory, allowing it to then create the symbolic links. By doing this, however, the files inside of the .files directory will be overwritten with the conflicted ones, so it's a good idea to make sure that you've committed all your changes using Git before doing it. For example, the Alacrity config here was slightly different to the one in my .files. Fortunately, because we've managed our code using Git, it's easy for me to roll back these unwanted changes. Whilst we're on the subject of Git, it's a good idea to have a remote Git repo that we can push our .files to. This prevents us from losing them if anything happens to our computer, and enables us to easily download them anywhere in the world. For this example, I'm going to use GitHub as it's one of the most accessible platforms out there. Although you could use any remote repo that you wanted to, including your own self-hosted one. That's a video for another time, however. To get started, head over to GitHub and click the big green New Repo button. Then go ahead and fill out your repository name and any description you want to give it. When using GitHub, you can choose to either use a private or public repo. Typically, you should opt for a private one unless you want to share your .files with other people. In either case, make sure you don't have any passwords or secrets inside of your .files, otherwise these can accidentally leak. Once the repo is created, go ahead and copy the Git URL to your clipboard. Now back in our terminal, we can then use the following command to add our repository as a remote, and then use the git push command to push up the files to it. With that, we have a remote copy of our .files, which we can easily pull down to another machine using the git clone command. The final thing I like to do is to add a readme to my .files directory. That way, when I move to a new machine, I've got some documentation on how to easily set up my .files in case I've forgotten. Typically, I use a markdown for the readme as it displays in GitHub quite nicely. The main points I add to this readme are first, the dependencies you need to install on your system, which is git and stow, and the instructions on how to install the .files onto your system. It also wouldn't be a bad idea to link to this YouTube video as well. Stow will also ignore this readme as there's an entry inside of the default ignore file. If you're using your own local ignore file, then make sure to add this entry as well. Once the file has been created, we can then commit these changes and push them up to our remote repo. Now we have some nice documentation for the next time we need to pull these down onto another machine. With that, we have a simple and elegant way of managing .files using GNU Stow. I hope this has inspired you to try Stow in your own configuration.
Is our target. Managing packages such as ZSH and NeoVim, we've tackled that. Once you have Stow in the previous ones, you're going to need to figure out how to install that for your specific environment. You can do Homebrew if you're on Linux, if you're on macOS, and then Linux, you can do a number of different things. Of course, I recommend Nix because that's what we're using here, but once you have Stow installed, which you can confirm using Stow version, we're going to want to go ahead and create a .files directory. Now, I put my .files directory in my home directory, which on this computer is homejake, and that's also the directory that I'm currently in. And I name the .files directory .files with a dot in front of it. So you can go ahead and create this directory using the command here, make dir .files. And then if I list out my home directory now, you can see I have a new subdirectory called .files. But if I cd into it, we have nothing, right? So we need to start migrating all of our important configuration on our install script into this folder so we can push it up to GitHub. Before we start migrating our configuration and our install script into the .files directory, we have to understand a few pieces of terminology that will explain how Stow works. So in the article I mentioned earlier, there's a section called Understanding Stow. I have a file tree here that describes how you should place your .files within the .files directory. You have a target directory, a Stow directory, and then individual packages. Within these individual packages is where your .files will go. Now you can think of the first one, a package, as just a folder that contains related .files. And these .files are associated with a tool. For instance, Git is a tool, and you may have one or more .files that Git will use when running. Things like git config or a global git ignore. Another example of a package would be ZSH. So in our scenario, we actually have a .zshrc, we have a .zsh plugins.txt and a .zsh plugins sh file. All three of these are dot files, and they're all related to the same package, right? So we would create a ZSH folder, and we would store the ZSHRC, the ZSH plugins.txt, etc. We would have another one for Git, and then we'd store our Git config, we would store our Git ignore global, and you can do this for every tool that you have dot files for. If you have a NeoVim configuration, you can create a package for NeoVim. And all of these packages are subdirectories of a stow directory. Now, a stow directory here, I've wrote a stow directory is a folder containing one or more packages. In our case, the stow directory will be the dot files directory that we recently created. So if I go back to my command line here, you can see there is a new dot files folder. If I go inside of that dot files folder, we currently don't have anything, right? But we have ZSH dot files, so we can create a ZSH package within the dot files stow directory. So now what we have is dot files as our stow directory, ZSH as our plugin, and then we can start moving our ZSHRC or our ZSH plugins.txt, right? And the last piece of this puzzle is the target directory. So the stow directory needs to be a child of the target directory. In our case, the target directory would be our home directory. And the reason that is, if I echo home, I'm in home Jake. But if I cd into my dot files and then I print out the present working directory, you can see that the dot files directory is a child of the home directory. And because we've made this directory our stow directory, then this will be the target directory. I'm saying directory a lot here, but I'm just trying to illustrate how all of this functions. Okay, I brought out Notepad to visualize this a little bit better. So inside of home, we've created a dot files folder. And inside of that dot files folder, we will have folders for every package that we have dot files for, or configuration files. Right now I'm showing ZSH and I'm showing Git, but we have NeoVim and NVim and anything. Maybe you have terminal configuration, right? So your mileage may vary, but at least for this video, we actually don't have Git configuration stuff because that's not something we've gone through, but we do have NeoVim stuff. And before we get to that, because it's one step up in complexity, I want to showcase how these files eventually get merged back into the home directory where they belong. So when you have a folder structure like this, home will be your target, dot files is your stow directory, and then ZSH is a package where each file within is a dot file. And using stow, you are essentially going to be able to quote unquote stow a package, and the tool will take these files and create symlinks and place them in your target directory, so long as the stow directory is within it, right? So right now we have our dot files folder, and I'm going to move into that. And inside of the dot files folder, we recently created that ZSH package. But if I go inside of there, there's nothing there, right? So what I want to do is I want to go to my home directory, and I want to move the relevant files that are in the home directory, and I want to move them into that ZSH package. So I can use a command called mv or move. I can specify the file that I want to move, and then I can specify where I want to move it. So I want to move it in a dot files ZSH, and I believe you also have to name it as well. So if I do that, and then I relist the home directory, you can see ZSHRC is no longer there, right? So now I'll go into dot files ZSH, I'll ls, and we have our ZSHRC file. Let's just hop into that within Vim to make sure nothing has changed, right? Everything is there. Now, that's not the only file, so let's go back And we also want to move this one. So we'll say move zsh plugins.txt to .files zsh plugins.txt. If I ls now, zsh plugins.txt is gone, and we can assume that you know, it's certainly inside of this zsh package, right? Cool. Now zsh plugins sh is kind of a special case because we generate this. We generate it the first time within our install script. So at the bottom of our install script, we will generate it utilizing the zsh plugins text file. And I believe inside of our zshrc, if I go into .files zshrc, that's where we source it. And anytime we make a change to our plugins.txt file, we need to resource, but that's something that you can do on your own, right? Therefore, it's not required to put this zsh plugins.sh file into your zsh package because, again, it will be created. And that goes for a number of other .files within your home directory. There's just some that you don't want to commit to source, right? You don't need to commit them.
I have found the most amazing way to manage all of my .files across all of my machines, and it doesn't even matter if I'm using Linux, which I use Arch by the way, or macOS. Seriously, check this out. Right now I'm on my Linux machine and I don't have any .files really installed. I have a decent looking terminal, but my fonts are messed up and my colors look like crap. Also, if I open NeoVim is completely unconfigured. It doesn't look very good, and overall it's just a bad experience. But if I just run one command, I can install my Alacrity, which is the terminal I'm using, and my NeoVim configs immediately. Now, if I exit and then reopen my terminal, everything looks gorgeous. This is basically perfect. Now, if I open up NeoVim looks perfect as well. What is this amazing tool? It's called GNU Stow. I'm going to show you what it is, how it works, and why it's so awesome. Seriously, stick around. What is GNU Stow? Look at you. Is a game, well, Perl. Released days ago, ad-free on our new with symlinks. And you might be asking yourself, what exactly is a symlink? A symlink is a special file in Linux or in Unix systems that acts as a pointer to another location in the file system or even across file systems. This enables you to access data from another location without having to duplicate that data. Now, typically in Linux systems, you would use symlinks to move executables from a deep folder somewhere in your file system maybe to a path that allows you to execute it a little bit easier. So let's say that in this folder here, some random folder, I have an executable file. That file is called echo something.sh. If I run this file, it just echoes out hello world. It's a pretty simple file, as you can see. But let's say I don't really want to run this file using the directory some random folder. I could move this file to my home directory, but then I'd be duplicating the data, or if this was in a GitHub repository, I'd be moving it out of the GitHub repository to a local spot, and I don't really want to do that. This is the perfect use case for something like a symlink. Now, to create a symlink to this file, this is what you'd have to do. We want to type ln, which is a tool that lets you create links from one file to another in Linux. You want to type the S option, which stands for symbolic, which means we're going to create a symbolic link, which basically means it's going to be a special file that just points to another file in the system. Then we want to specify the file we want to link to. This is going to be some random folder, echo something.sh, and then the second option is the file we want to call this. Let's just call this, I don't know, something.sh. That's going to be our symlink, is something.sh to the echo something file. Now our symlink is created. We can check by LSing our current directory with the L flag, which will show links. Now, if we type this, we can see that something.sh down here is linked to home Chris some random folder echo something.sh. Also, you can check all the way on the left here, this L stands for link. That means that this file is a link to the file that's specified over here. Pretty cool, right? Anyways, now instead of having to type the whole entire directory out, we can just sh something.sh, and that will do the same thing that is done in echo something.sh. It is linked to that file. But here's something cool about symlinks. If I now modify my something.sh file, let's say I go, I don't know, hello poops, something professional like that, right? If I run this file, it will say hello poops. Now if I go to some random folder and look at the original file that's now if I professional like that, right? Go, if I something.sh, instead of having to type the whole entire directory out, we can just sh something.sh, and that will do the same thing that is done in echo something.sh. It is linked to that file. But here's something cool about symlinks. If I now modify my something.sh file, let's say I go, I now modify my something.sh file, let's say I go, I don't know, hello poops, something professional like that, right? If I run this file, it will say hello poops. Now if I go to some random folder and look at the original file that's linked via symlink, I can see that this file changed as well. Interesting. So these two files are married together. They're completely coupled. If I change one, the other one changes. That's something to keep in mind for later on in this video. So now if we go back to our amazing diagram here, we can see the power of GNU Stow. All GNU Stow really does under the hood is manage the creation and deletion and a couple other things of symlinks. So if you have a repository full of symlinks, you can use GNU Stow and the stow command to create symlinks in a smart way on all of your machines. Now on each machine, each file that's in your .files, let's say, will be symlinked to your .files repository that was cloned onto that machine. Let's show off how this works now with GNU Stow. Now let's just say I have an example .files folder here that I want to use stow with to stow away all of my .files and eventually put it up on Git. Now GNU Stow has some conventions around how it stows away .files. Essentially what you want to do is you want to name your .files. Now the naming convention for GNU Stow is interesting, but once you understand it, files stows away, and how this works too, and a couple other things are amazing. Via symlink, I can see that this file changed as well. Interesting. So these two files are married together. They're completely coupled. If I change one, the other one changes. That's something to keep in mind for later on in this video. So now if we go back to our amazing diagram here, we can see the power of GNU Stow. All GNU Stow really does under the hood is manage the creation and deletion and a couple other things of symlinks. So if you have a repository full of symlinks, you can use GNU Stow and the stow command to create symlinks in a smart way on all of your machines. Now on each machine, each file that's in your .files, let's say, will be symlinked to your .files repository that was cloned onto that machine. Let's show off how this works now with GNU Stow. Now let's just say I have an example .files folder here that I want to use stow with to stow away all of my .files and eventually put it up on Git. Now GNU Stow has some conventions around how it stows away .files. Essentially what you want to do is you want to name your .files. Now the naming convention for GNU Stow is interesting, but once you understand it, it makes plenty of sense. Let's go over it like this. If you have a .file and your .file exists in your machine as, let's say, something like, I don't know, let's go with NeoVim, for example, right? It will exist in somewhere in .config/NeoVim. Now, when it comes to GNU Stow, we want to name this accordingly, right? So in GNU Stow, we will expect that .file to be named after a package and then have the same directory that you want it to exist with on that machine. Let's show off what this looks like. So for .config nvim, in our GNU Stow directory, we want to create a new package. Let's call it nvim. And within nvim, we want to create the directory that we want that file or package to live on our machine. So that would be .config/nvim, and then everything can live underneath that. That is how you would name something in GNU Stow. Let's do one more example. Let's say we want to copy over our, I don't know, our Alacrity files, right? Alacrity configurations live in config/Alacrity. Alacrity is the terminal emulator I've been using on Arch. I use Arch, by the way. Now in GNU Stow, the way you would name this Alacrity package is very similarly to NeoVim. You want to name a new Alacrity package, and then you want to recreate the config directory that Alacrity needs to live with in your computer. Okay, now let's just do one more that's like super simple. Let's talk about ZSHRC. Our ZSHRC just exists basically in the home directory as a dot file. Pretty simple stuff. In GNU Stow, you want to create a new package called ZSH and name our dot file exactly where it needs to go, which is our home ZSHRC. Simple, cool. Awesome. Okay, now let's do this. Let's see what it looks like in practice. Now we want to move our NeoVim configuration, which currently lives under config NeoVim, to the new nvim package we created under the config subdirectory. Okay, great. So now if we look into our dot files here, we can see that in nvim we have .config, which has nvim, which includes all of our NeoVim configuration files. Okay, great. If I open NeoVim, because I just moved all of my configuration files into this new directory that's using GNU Stow, you can see that NeoVim is completely bare. There's nothing to it. But using GNU Stow, all we have to do is type the stow command in the name of the package we want to stow onto this computer, which for us is nvim. That's how it works with the naming convention. If we do stow nvim and hit enter, this will move everything under the nvim directory to the home directory on our computer, which means that we are now symlinking .config/nvim to our homes.
Then go ahead and fill out your repository name and any description you want to give it. If we test this out, however, we can see that enabled. Let's make a couple more changes. First of all, it's worth noting that we can make edits to our symlinked files as if they were the original ones. If I open up my let's take a look at a more advanced example of what that looks like. To show this in action, let's go ahead and add my Alacrity configuration, which is stored under my home.config/alacrity directory. I'll need this directory to be in the same structure in my .files folder. This means I need to create a .config directory and copy the Alacrity folder into it. Now, when I print out the file structure using tree, you can see it's laid out the exact same way as it is in the home folder. With Alacrity added, now's a good time to commit these changes using the following commands. Now we can use stow again to symlink our new files. However, when I use the stow command, I get an error. This is because my Alacrity configuration already exists where stow is trying to create the symbolic links. There's two ways we can fix this. The first is to just delete or move the existing directory like we did before with our .zshellrc. There is another way, however, which is by passing the adopt flag to the stow command as follows. This will tell stow to move any of the conflicting files into the .files directory, allowing it to then create the symbolic links. By files into the .files command as follows. This will tell stow to move any of the conflicting files into the .files directory, allowing it to then create the symbolic links. By doing this, however, the files inside of the .files directory will be overwritten with the conflicted ones, so it's a good idea to make sure that you've committed all your changes using git before doing it. For example, the Alacrity config here was slightly different to the one in my .files. Fortunately, because we've managed our code using git, it's easy for me to roll back these unwanted changes. Whilst we're on the subject of git, it's a good idea to have a remote git repo that we can push our .files to. This prevents us from losing them if anything happens to our computer, and whilst we're on code using config here, you've committed this directory, then create stow however the this config example of what
I'm just trying to think if I want to do it all like this or with separate package folder names. With the other way, you have the option of saying, you know, stow X, you know, whereas this would just be stow it all at once.
That looks like. To show this in action, let's go ahead and add my Alacrity configuration, which is stored under my home.config/alacrity directory. I'll need this directory to be in the same structure in my .files folder. This means I need to create a .config.
So you can just do stow dot and I can do everything at once. But I would, if I add something that I don't want elsewhere, then I won't be able to manage that.
I have found the most amazing way to manage all of my
Why is this one not?
and the stow command to create symlink. You want to create the directory that we want that stow. You want to create a new package of NeoVim configuration, which currently lives under config NeoVim, to the new nvim package we created under the config subdirectory. Okay, great. So now if we look into our dot files here, all of our NeoVim of my configuration files into this new directory that's package we want to stow onto this computer, which for us is nvim. That's how it works with the naming convention. If we do stow nvim and hit enter, this will move everything under the nvim directory to the home directory on our computer, which means that we are now symlinking .config/nvim to our homes.config/nvim. We can check this by going to our homes.config directory and now checking using ls-l and searching for nvim Let's see. Yes, now we have an nvim folder here, which is really just a symlink to our example.files nvim.config/nvim. That's how GNU Stow works. It's super easy to move all of your configuration files over to GNU Stow and then to just recreate this existing .file configuration on any computer that you have. So now let's just do one more example just to kind of repeat this so we get this in our brains a little bit better. Let's say that I want my tmux configuration to live in my example.files repo here. So now let's say we want to copy our tmux configuration from where it lives in right now to our now new GNU Stow .files. We want to create a new package, which is tmux. That's what we want to call this here. This is the top level directory within our GNU Stow .files directory. And underneath this, let's just cd into it. Now we want to move our tmux configuration, which currently lives at our base home directory, tmux.conf, to this directory right here because we want it to just be in our home directory. So underneath this package, we just want to call this tmux.conf. Okay, simple. Now that I've moved my tmux configuration over, if I open tmux, this is a base tmux config. There's nothing interesting going on here. But again, if I type in my base GNU Stow directory, stow tmux, and we search for everything under that directory and we pipe it to grep to tmux, we can see now that our tmux.conf file is symbolically linked to example.files tmux.conf. Awesome. Now if we open up tmux, we can see that tmux is back to its original glory. This is the tmux configuration that I had configured before I removed it from my machine, and now GNU Stow put it back on my machine using symlinks. And so let's just say that we want to change something in one of our configuration files. Let's say that our NeoVim configuration, we want to change one of our plugins, right? If we change one of these plugin files locally, what'll happen is it will also change things where it's symlinked. So our example.files folder will also get those changes. So any computer that I have my .files on using GNU Stow using symlinks, if I change those at all, I can recommit them now to my GitHub repo, and all the rest of my computers, as long as I just pull down the Git repo, will have all these new changes. So you can manage GNU Stow .files from anywhere for any computer. GNU Stow truly is a our new, basically, or that's like name a new Alacrity package, and then you want to recreate the config directory that Alacrity needs to live with in your computer. Okay, now let's just do one more that's like super simple. Let's talk about ZSHRC. Our ZSHRC just exists basically in the home directory as a dot file. Pretty simple stuff. In GNU Stow, you want to create a new package called ZSH. And SHRC. Simple. Cool. Awesome. Okay, now let's do this. Let's see what it looks like in practice. Now we want to move our NeoVim configuration, which currently lives under config NeoVim, to the new nvim package we created under the config subdirectory. Okay, great. The new nvim package we created under the config subdirectory. NeoVim, we can see, great. So now if we look into our dot files tree, okay, to the new nvim package we created under the config subdirectory. Okay, great. So now if we look into our dot files here, we can see to the echo something file. Now here is a link to the folder now modified linked via the power of GNU Stow. All GNU Stow really does files folder here that I want to use Stow. Let's show off how this works now with GNU Stow. Now let's just say I have an example.files folder here that I want to use Stow with to stow away all of my dot files and eventually put it up on Git. Now GNU Stow has some conventions around how it stows away dot files. Essentially what you want to do is you want to name your dot files. Now the naming convention of comes to we will expect to do this. Let's see what it looks like in practice. Now we want to move our NeoVim configuration, which currently lives under config NeoVim, to the new nvim package we created under the config subdirectory. Okay, great. So now if we look into our dot files here, we can see okay, great. So now if we located under the config subdirectory. Okay, great. So into our dot files here, we can see that in nvim we have .config, which has nvim, which includes all of our NeoVim configuration files. Okay, great. If I open NeoVim, because I just moved all of my configuration files into this new directory that's using GNU Stow, you can see that NeoVim is completely bare. There's nothing to it. But using GNU Stow, all we have to do is type the stow command in the name of the package we want to stow onto this computer, which for us is nvim. That's how it works with the naming convention. If we do stow nvim and hit enter, this will move everything under the nvim directory to the home directory on our computer, which means that we are now symlinking .config/nvim to our home.
Then go ahead and fill out your repository name and any description you want to give it. All enabled. Let's make a for that the file structure already exists where Stow is trying to create the symbolic links. There's two ways we can fix this. The first is to just delete or move the existing directory like we did before with our .zshellrc. There is another way, however, which is by passing the adopt flag to the stow command as follows. This will tell Stow to move any of the conflicting files into the .files directory, allowing it to then create these symbolic links. By doing this, however, the files inside of the .files directory will be overwritten with the conflicted ones, so it's a good idea to make sure that you've committed all your changes using git before doing it. For example, the alacrity config here was slightly different to the one in my .files. Fortunately, because we've managed our code using git, it's easy for me to roll back these unwanted changes. Whilst we're on the subject of git, it's a good idea to have these files. Fortunately, so it's a .files directory, allowing it. This will tell Stow to move with the directory like we did. Two ways we can fix it. already exists, use the stow commands. Now with Alacrity added, you can see it's laid out the exact same .files folder. This means I need to create a .config directory and copy the Alacrity folder into it. Now when I print out the file structure using tree, you can see it's laid out the exact same way as it is in the home folder. With Alacrity added, now's a good time to commit these changes using the following commands. Now we can use stow again to symlink.
Whatever, I'm not gonna worry about however he's doing that. Oops. I'm retarded, bro.
Our new files. However, when I use the stow command, I get an error. This is because my Alacrity configuration already exists where stow is trying to create the symbolic links. There's two ways we can fix this. The first is to just delete or move the existing directory like we did before with our .zshellrc. There is another way, however, which is by passing the adopt flag to the stow command as follows. This will tell stow to move any of the conflicting files into the .file. use GitHub, as it's one of the most or public repo. Typically, you should opt for a private one unless you want to share your .dot files with other people. In either case, make sure you don't have any passwords or secrets inside of your .dot files, otherwise these can accidentally leak. Once the repo is created, go ahead and copy the git URL to your clipboard. Now, back in our terminal, we can then use the following command to add our repository. As a remote, and then use the git push command to push up the file.
Alright, that's it.